Hello, everyone, and welcome to All Day Focus 60-minute sprints. I'm Shanon, writing on the pen name of S.C. Huston, the author of A Curse of Scales and Feathers, A Curse of Wings and Gems, and the Clash of Goddesses series. And the goal of this stream is to provide somewhat of a low-key environment. It's low-key for me that I'm not on screen. But it's not strictly timed with the breaks in between the sprints as it is for the rest of the week. We still will be doing 60-minute sprints. And we'll go for quite a while. Sometimes, usually, I think I go around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, maybe a little bit later, depending on how I feel. And that is my time in Central. So add an hour for Eastern and subtract any number of hours if you're in a different time zone, be on the other side of me. But you're welcome to use the sprints for any productivity you need, whether reading, writing, housework, coursework, day job, or just taking care of you. I do use the sprint to focus on my tasks because of focus issues. That means I won't be in the chats until breaks, but then I'll have to catch up with everyone. We could talk about whatever we have going on, celebrate any successes we have. And yeah, so I have lots of, hi, kitty cat. I have lots of admin to do today as well. I see that like Devin was already in talking about the admin stuff that she has to do. So I have, I have a couple admin things I need to take care of first. And then I do need to go and revise and revamp a short story I wrote for an anthology because it's due on September 30th. So that's next Tuesday. So I need to get into that. But I also do have, talking about Kickstarters, I have 2 more things I have not done. I've started them, but I've not completed them, that are due to the 2 Kickstarter backers in my highest tier. And it's not like, it's probably not one of those things that are like, hello, where is this thing? Because it was just additional items that was part of the higher tier. They've got the physical book. They've got the ebook. They've got all the swag. These are just 2 things that takes time for me to do. But with being so burnt out, I had started them and then put it aside and started it again and put it aside. And it's just, I should really need to like get this thing done though, so I can close out my Kickstarter and be done. The first thing will probably take me, I would say roughly a day to do. But the second thing is going to take me like near a week. So I really need to get going on those things. So I have a lot on my list of things. I always have a lot on my list of things to do. Also, I don't know if, I don't know how, there's not very many people here, but I did just change my sprint for next Monday. Instead of the all day focus, it's now going to be a 12-hour day. No, not next Monday. It's next Wednesday. Why do I keep thinking Monday? I don't know. I thought that earlier too. Next Wednesday, which was the 3 times 60-minute sprints, it's going to be an all-day 12-hour. It's the first day of October. So that's going to be in support of what Mama Maggie wants to do again with doing all the words October instead of all the words August. It's like an extension of all the words August. It's now all the words October. And Kat Leo made up some graphics that match my color scheme a little bit more. So she made those up and sent those to me. And I was like, yay. So now I could use them and add them onto the thumbnails and stuff. Hi, now I've got the other kitty over here. Hello. I got both the boys, Thor and Loki here. And Loki was just up here like, what you doing? Who are you talking to? And then Thor just did it. Both of them walked away too after I gave him a pet. So, oh, no, Thor came to my other side. Hello. But, yeah, so I got those up there and I thought, I could do it all day on Wednesday because I don't have anything that takes me away from the computer on that day. The last day of the month is the 31st. I probably will not do an all day on that day. I don't think I did an all day on the last day of August either because I was not going to be there. I don't remember what it was, but I did a 12-hour sprint at the beginning. I did a 12-hour sprint at the end. So I'll probably do the same again. I just don't know what day it's going to be yet because that's going to be Halloween. And woohoo, this is the first year that our son does not want to dress up and go around trick-or-treating. He still wants to dress up, but he wants to do something we always decorate the yard, but some years is more, some years is less. And this year he wants to decorate the yard and hand out candy. So we were already talking about that this morning. So yes, hi Thor, hi. He really wants up in my lap. Okay, let's go say hello. I think it's just Devin here so far, but or maybe I'm probably not seeing the newest comments yet. Devin says, morning. Once again, I'm adminning instead of writing. I mean, it happens, especially when you're working on your Kickstarter. It takes a lot of time. Perhaps I shall admin the first 2 sprints, then write for 2. Right now is prep for Kickstarter delivery and emails, or emails and then Kickstarter. Some minor changes need to be made for updated covers. Email done. Back to book funnel prep. Let's do this. Air fist pump. Sounds like you're feeling way better. I do have my inhaler. I just did it about an hour ago. I think the sickness is moving into bronchitis. Like, I mean, I'm not really sick anymore, but when I get sick, sometimes my asthma takes over. And if I can't get that to calm down, it turns into bronchitis. And I think it's turned into bronchitis at this point. I'm okay if I'm sitting still, but I get up and I start moving, then I have a coughing fit. And I do my inhaler, but you can only do so much of that because then it actually starts having the opposite effect. If you have too much of the albuterol in your lungs, it starts to aggravate the air sacs. So I've been through that too. So I have to be careful with it. So I'm actually going to be making an appointment this morning. So even though I just set up all these sprints, there's a possibility I might not have one of these sprints I just set up or ones that are already set up or one of these, depending on when I can get in to see the doctor and what time. So next admin task is for I'll call Indy. Kat, hello, good morning, Shannon and friends. Happy first day of fall. Oh, is it? I didn't even realize. I wish it was cool here. I need to start writing my to-do list. I did start a load laundry, have admin things to do too. I forget about Halloween anthology for right now. Facepalm. Yeah. I don't even know about it, but I'm already writing for other anthologies. So yeah, I've got a lot going on. I don't think I have anything in me more to add to any other anthologies. So, hi Keiko, how's it going? Hello, Keiko. Oh, and if you did, you might have noticed already, but doing Secret Santa this year, and it's for author tubers and booktubers, and so it's been a couple years. I did it for 3 years in a row, and the third year, so it's 2021, 2022, and 2023. I did the Secret Santa, and 2023 is when I started getting to know more booktubers, and so we had quite a few booktubers that joined, and then 2024. I almost didn't do it in 2023 because I was really getting busy and it was really a lot. But Hananya, an author tuber who I haven't spoken to her for a while. I checked in with her earlier this year, but she's not been on YouTube for a minute. She was like, hey, if I help you out, do you want to do it? And I was like, okay. And she was awesome. She was great as a partner. But then I thought, well, I'm not doing it again. And, didn't have anyone, say, hey, where is this at? Where are you going to do it? And didn't have anyone say that to me last year, which was fine. But then this year, Alice was like, hello, can we do it again? I'll help you. And so Alice is more of a booktuber than an author tuber. Actually, I think she is only a booktuber. Her channel's Alice Reads. I don't know, maybe she does write. I may be forgetting that. But she says that she's more of a booktuber than anything else. So yeah, we're going to do the author tube. We decided to call it the Book and Pen. So it kind of captures author tubers and booktubers, Secret Santa. And so we'll have a live stream this coming Sunday to just talk about it. And the form is already there on the live stream description box. So anyone can go ahead and start signing up before we talk about it. But I don't think we're going to be saying much more than what is in there. So in the form. But yeah. Good morning, Devin. Joanne, hello. How's it going? Good morning, everyone. How are you all? And what are you working on today? It looks like we're all doing some admin stuff. Okay, gosh, Thor. Now he's like done. I'm done trying to figure out how to get in your lap. I'm just gonna figure it out myself. Like me, he was waiting for me to draw him up here. I'm not gonna be able to keep you because he will flop over, and I can tell it in his body movements right now. He wants to just flop over, and that means I have to catch him, which means I have to hold him, which means I get one hand for working, which I need both my hands this morning, buddy. Nope, there he goes. He's flopping over. Hello. So cute, but I can't keep you. Yes, hi. Oh gosh, you're making me laugh, which makes me cough. He was touching my mouth. I opened my mouth to speak, and he put his paw in my mouth. Yes, hi. Yes, okay. Keiko says, Devin and Joanne, hi. Good morning, Joanne. Kay is streaming. Thank you for sharing the link. I keep missing her. And then Joanne, hey. Okay, I've got through all the comments. Let's go ahead and get going on the first sprint. I have to figure out my word count. I came up with a new short story idea. At least I think it was short story idea on the weekend. And I spent Saturday brainstorming it and everything and spent like several hours on it and realized, this doesn't really fit in what I'm writing right now. And I was like, I could do a pen name. And I thought for a long minute about doing a pen name. I was like, no. So I'm setting it aside. And I was like, unless I can make it fit into what I'm writing right now, it's not worth it to write it. But I like the idea of it. but that's the only words I've added since last Wednesday because I've been doing nothing but admin since. So I have to figure out my workout. I'll get that up there here in just a minute. Add to the stage. Yes, hi. He's putting his paw on my mouth. What? Hey. It's never really a short story, lol. Yeah. Well, I've been doing better. I mean, I've really trying to write short stories. The first short story idea I came up with in August turned into a novella at 22,000 words. And then I decided I came up with a short story series. And I came up with an idea for another idea, and I wrote it, and it was a short story. And I thought, let me make this into a series. And I got done with the fifth one, the fifth short story. It's going to be out of 8. And the fifth short story was finally within the word count that I was looking for, because I'm trying to hit 1 hour reads on Amazon, which is just under 10,000 words. It's more than 10,000 words, but you count in your back matter and front matter. So with that in there, I wanted to make sure I was under 10,000 words. And it was the first short story I wrote in just under 10,000 words. It was like 9,800, I think. And I started writing the sixth story. That was the fifth one. What did I say? That was the fifth story. I started writing the sixth one, but then I realized I had too much admin to do, so I stopped, and that was on Wednesday last week. So, yeah. I got to see you both. I'll be working on chapter 6 of Project Sugar and Spice. And yeah, the kitty cat. All right, let's go ahead and get this going. Find the right tab. Here we go. All right, 1 hour on the clock in 3, 2, 1, and good luck, everyone. And that is time. How did you do on the first sprint? Did a few admin things, and then I remembered, oh yeah, I'm actually in a round robin of editing with the AWC anthology, and the set of stories that I'm supposed to edit are due by the end of the day on Wednesday. So I did send a reminder to the other committee members to say, hey guys, just a reminder, Wednesday's the day we need to be done with the set that we have, so that we can switch off on the stories. So we split the stories between us, and we're just editing them and then moving on to the next set. That way, especially if we question something like, is this right, or or whatever, we can weigh in on each other's ideas as far as what works and what doesn't work. And I was like, oh, yeah, I need to get back to doing this. I didn't finish it. So, that's in 2 days. So I need to go ahead and do that. And then, sorry, there's a person who was trying to connect with me about the AWC, and I had told them I was busy at the time, and then that was right around the AWC time, and then burnout and everything, and then sickness, of course, and everything. I was like, oh, I never did get back to this individual, and they just sent me another message back, so I need to do that in a second. Let's catch up with y'all, because there's a lot of notes here. Hold on, cough. And I didn't call the doctor. I need to call a doctor at set appointment. I still need to do that. And all right, where did I leave off? It's never really a short story, LOL. Oh yeah, I did say, I just didn't mark these. I did say these, and no. All the best with admin tasks, everyone. Adara, hello, how's it going? Are you working on anything? Adara, hi, nice to meet you. What you working on today? Adara says, I'm working on an audiobook today, a YouTube update vid, and then editing a chapter. And then Emma stepped in. Hi, SD and friends. Adara, Joanne, hello. And hellos, lovely Kat and Keiko. Hello, Kat. I'm just now getting coffee. I am almost done with my second cup, and I'm considering a third, but I don't know yet. Hey, Emma. Adeshale, awesome interview. If you guys didn't catch that interview on Rita's channel yesterday with Adeshale, she also did, there was someone before him. Who was it? It was, it's right there on the tip of my tongue. They shared their link with me. That's how I got there in the first place. Who was it? It was someone before Adeshale. But yeah, it was really cool. I'll be working on my shortish story, The Road to the Station Post-Apocalypse. It's not short anymore. It was 7,000 words last week. Where are you at now? Depending on my schedule, I'm hoping to be done either 2 to 3 days, all in focus, or in 7 days, balanced. Yeah. I try to do the balance thing, especially if I do have lots of stuff I have to get done, but I find that I write, I really get into the flow of writing when that's all I'm doing. But, sometimes life doesn't let you do that. So working to get this done, some editing, and then I'll go edit my not so short story. Got a lot to edit there, and start to catch up on other projects. So I've decided my revising and editing is going to be for next month. We're not that far away from it anyway. So it is all the words October, similar to August. I did a ton of drafting in August, but now I need to do some revision and editing. And my first and foremost will be, I'm just going to start over reading my work in progress, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke, because I start exchanging chapters with Morgan, my critique partner, in December. And I couldn't get into it in August because I realized I had been too far from it, that I didn't remember my mindset, my emotional thoughts about what was happening and stuff. And so I think I'm just going to start over from the beginning and start in the revise as I go through it. I have I think I have 34 chapters or somewhere in that ballpark. I don't remember. But I have quite a few chapters there. Maybe it's more than that. I can't even remember how many chapters I have. It's been a minute since I really got. I went in there and looked and read the first 3, or read the last 3 chapters in August, on the first day of August, when I thought, oh, I'm going to work on this. I might even finish it this month. And then I was like, wait, I don't remember this part. It's bad when you don't remember what you wrote yourself, right? So, excuse me. I'm not sick anymore, but this stuff is moved into my lungs, and I typically, okay, hold on. I got a cough. If it gets in my lungs too much, then it turns into bronchitis, and I think that's where I'm heading. Because I have asthma, so it's not good to get sick when I have that with asthma. But the only way to get over the bronchitis, I have 51 chapters. I just looked, 51 chapters. Wow, I was really off. But yeah, so the only way really to get over the bronchitis for me without getting worse is I got to get steroids and antibiotics, which is a trip to the doctor. So I need to make a doctor's appointment. I don't know where I was going with that. Anyways, that's what I'm going to be working on in October. Is I'm going to start over from the beginning with my current work in progress novel and read it straight through and see where I can cut because it's already too many words. Happy first day of fall at Cat. What awesome things have you done this morning? Your mornings are exemplary. Devin, Halloween anthology. That sounds exciting. Do you have to brainstorm some ideas or did you already have one planned that just needs to be written? Adara, are you also a narrator or working with a narrator? I'm narrating and editing myself, or at least that's the attempt. I'm right there with you. I have narrated 2.5 books now. I need to start editing. So I haven't done that yet. I say 2.5 books. 3.5 books. I always cut one book out for some reason. I've done Blood of a Lily, Soul of a Rose, started Tears of a Marigold, but didn't finish it. And I just barely started that one. When I moved over to A Curse of Scales and Feathers, I finished it. And now I'm about halfway through A Curse of Wings and Gems. So yeah. One of these days I'll get around to editing these chapters. Cool. Adara, is this your first one? And good morning, Adega. Wait, did I miss? Oh, I did. I missed Adega. Hi, Adega. How's it going? Saw your premiere yesterday. Was it yesterday? Or the days run together? I think it was yesterday. It was at chapter 74, I think it was. Really cool. How are you feeling? Good morning, Adega. Now this makes sense because I somehow skipped over it. Hiya, Adeshle. Wrapping my head around Kickstarter fulfillment. I know. It's like, what? Especially the first time. That's what I try to tell people, like, if you're doing it all yourself, which I almost suggest you do it yourself if you're doing fulfillment, or if you're doing your very first Kickstarter, I mean, because that way you know how it's supposed to work. That way, if you work with someone later, you know that they, when they tell you things, you're like, yep, that makes sense. I guess I'm just a little paranoid at people taking advantage of others. Unless you work with a reputable company. So like Dale's working with the Ink Influence and going to go through it in fulfillment and company and stuff. And I suppose if I was Dale, I probably would go through a fulfillment company because he's going to have so much. I do not anticipate that he's going to be, what am I trying to say? He is going to be backed with enough that he will have a lot to fulfill. And fulfillment companies are very good if you hit a certain threshold. So I think they said if you hit 100 backers or X a dollar amount, which I've hit over 100 backers on both of mine, but my dollar amounts have never been real high. So if I was to have like a $10,000 Kickstarter, yeah, I would want a fulfillment company because just doing a couple of thousand is a lot to fulfill. And it takes a lot of your time. And trying to figure out how you want to deliver on your fulfillment is his own thing, right? Because if any stuff, electronic things, how am I going to get this to them? What format do I want to send it to them? And then when it's physical stuff, it's like, okay, how do I want to package this? How much money do I want to spend on packaging, right? Because you don't want to go in the negative, right? Excuse me. I think my inhaler is wearing off. I did it a little over an hour ago. That guy wait a little longer. Okay. I'll start reading your story tomorrow. I don't think you ever sent me your story either. I mean, I have not checked my email in days, but I see things pop up on my phone, and I didn't see anything from Adeshle. I got my coffee and started plotting for the next section of my story. Awesome. Emma. Okay, I look forward to seeing what you think, says Kat. Yes, it's a steep learning curve, torn between pay hip and Kofi. It's Kofi. When it's finished. Oh, for delivering? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty on par, the same as far as like cost wise. Adara, if it's a steep learning curve. Is this your first one? You said yes. Yes. Okay. Yes, this is your first one. So just be on the lookout. I do have one audiobook out, and I sell it, Amazon and other platforms, but I also do it through PayHip. And when you do it through PayHip, right, you're delivering the actual audio files versus like when someone gets it from like Amazon and other places, they're not getting the files. They're listening to it through the app of that program. So like Audible, right? And so when they get your files, they can do things with it. And sure enough, when I first sold my audiobook on my store, within a month, it was on YouTube. Someone had put it up and was making money off my audiobook on YouTube. They're monetizing it. And I caught it, but it had already been up on YouTube for a month when I caught it. So just be aware of that. Look out for it. I was able to report it to YouTube and it got taken down. Unless you plan to put it on your own YouTube. And then if anyone else tries to put it on YouTube, then it will come up as copyrighted information on their part. You'll be able to see that someone's using your information or using your video, and you can say, yes, this is copyright infringement or whatever. However, that works with YouTube. I've seen it before, but can't remember the actual words. I have timer videos. My timer videos are made of a lot of videos that I take from like Pixabay and Pexels. Those are open source, free videos, so other people can use them too. But I guess I've been some of the first. I was like the first to use a lot of these videos, like in my timer videos. So a lot of it comes up on YouTube. I'll say, this other person is using your content. And I'll look and I'll see it's one of the videos that I use in my timer video, which I didn't make myself. Most of the videos I've not made myself. I've gotten from these free open source sites. So I always say, yep, no, it's not copyright. So I always, let it go from there. But I've seen it. I just don't remember what the actual words are. What's the story about or genre? Adara from Adeshle. Yep, Kat. Words for story. I'm at 11,126 words. Okay, so you're still kind of sort of in the short story range. I've seen some of the counts at like 12,000. The highest is like 12,000 words for short story, but it's almost out of range. It's more like novelette range now. Thanks for comments. Yes, Rita's so fun to be interviewed by too. She gets up with some really cool questions to ask. Some of them like, I don't know what to say to that one. I look at the questions ahead of time too, because she sends them to you, but you never know which one she's going to ask you because it's like a whole list of questions, and she doesn't have time to ask all of them. But it's so fun being on her channel. Yeah. YA paranormal, romance, and sci-fi plus a dash of disability rep. It came out last year. Audiobook was a to-do list thing. Hey, you're at 750K words for the year. Do you think you'll go to 800? I think I'll get there. I think that right now, but I'm going to be doing mostly revising and editing next month. And with that in mind, I don't get a lot of words with revising and editing. Like I'm going to start with my novel. And that's mostly going to be editing for about half of the chapters because the first like 20 plus chapters, I've rewritten many times. So there's not going to be a whole lot of revision with those. It's going to be mostly editing. But then once I get to like the mid 20s to 30s range on my chapters, those are like brand new, fresh chapters I haven't gone and revised. So that might be a little bit more. But I'm not going to get a whole lot of word count in October. I did put 80,000. I'm going for the 80,000. But if I hit 80,000, yeah, sure, I'll hit 80. But I don't know. I actually don't know how much I'm going to get with just revising and editing. And then there's November, which I'll be gone for a week plus in November for conference. And then I'm only going to be here for half of December. I think I can hit 800,000. I'm probably being too ambitious saying 80,000 for next month. I think I'm going to change my goal on that one. I have a lot to revise. But I know you've got editing coming up, but you're almost there. Yes, almost there. Took towels out. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I got towels in the washer. I got switched over. I started it right before the sprint. Took towels out of the dryer. Need to fold. I transferred clothes from washer to dryer. Wrote to-do list. Texted a friend. Worked on social media tests. Yes, always very productive. I love that. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, thank you. I hope so. It's it can get much worse if I don't get to the doctor. So I've got to make that doctor's appointment. I make myself do that. I forgot to do it. I was going to do it in the first sprint. But heyo from Kat. Hello. Deshay, I already have my Halloween story idea and it's a surprise. So no telling. We have to read it to find out what it is. There's 3 cats now. I was thinking the same thing, Kat. I was like, there's 3 cats in the chat. And it rhymes, right? Love it. Yeah, I'm planning on putting it on YouTube with the first video free and the rest unlisted. Are you putting the rest unlisted for something specific? Like, I'm just curious, like, what is your plan with that? If the first one is free, the rest are unlisted, is that like you're going to monetize it? Or is it going to be like you just want it there so that no one can put it on YouTube to take your audiobook and put it up themselves? Just curious. I don't have any audiobooks on YouTube yet. I keep thinking, like, what do I want to do with that? Yeah, I only have to mail 23 packages. Manageable. Yeah, that's very manageable. Thank goodness you caught it, Shannon. Yeah. Oh no. Which one was I supposed to send? It was the short story. I believe it was a short story you said it was that like a lot of people really liked, and so you were writing another like a sequel or something to it because people really liked it. And I was like, oh, I'd like to read that one. Nice, Devin. And what's the name of the book, Adara? Well, I mean, once you get to 800,000 words, what's another 100K? And then I know. I've thought about it. Gosh, I don't know. I so want to go for a mil wordy, not this year. I don't know if I'll hit a million words this year, but I've always loved the idea of the challenge of mil wordy. And I always thought, I don't have enough in my schedule to allow me to hit that much. But I really sat there. What day was that? Friday? Thursday? One day last week, I pulled up because I have a spreadsheet that I keep everything in, and I started documenting everything in 2023, the very beginning of the year. Because in 2022, when I was getting near the end of the year, I was very unhappy with the low amount of writing I did that year. I did very, very little. Like I published my last book in June of that year. That was from my fantasy trilogy. And then I didn't have anything else. Like I did start the first story of my the next thing I wanted to write, but barely finished it. I didn't barely get anything in it. And I was so unhappy. So I thought, okay, I need to track how I'm spending my time writing so that I can I can figure out how I can improve, because without knowing how I'm actually spending my time, I don't know what I'm doing. And so every year I've gotten faster and faster with writing. Now I did really start to use dictation a lot last year, but toward the end of the year I didn't use it as much. And so I told myself this year, any brainstorming or drafting is all going to be dictation, which I pretty much have stuck to. There's a few times I've been like, I don't know, I'll be in my dictation program and I start typing. I'm like, what am I doing? Stop. Because like it can't understand what I'm saying. So I get in there and start typing it instead because it can't understand me. And then I just start typing and I'm like, stop, go back to dictating. So I've done so, and I've gotten faster and faster. So it's very possible that, and I've had less time writing this year. So last year I averaged between 17 and 18 hours of writing a week. And this year I'm like 15 and 16. So it's just a little bit lower. And like last week is not going to have helped because I wrote like 11 hours last week. That's it. So not going to help if I don't get more hours in, which I've been trying to get it up a little bit higher. And if I could get it up to around 20, I could probably hit a minority. I think I could. But I don't know if I'll be able to do that next year. I don't know. I say that because I'm about to head into a venture that I'm not sure what's going to come of it. And if it's successful, then I may not have time to write as much next year. I don't know. I will see. LOL, right? 3 cats in the chat. Love that. Yes. Got it. Will do. It's called Blood and Bonds. Oh. I don't know how long it is, but that could have been a perfect story for, I don't know if you got it published. You probably have it published somewhere, but the AWC anthology was all about bonds. Free chapter first. The rest is access behind a paywall. Not sure about giving out the files. Figured my VTuber model could read it to you. Yeah. The only thing with having an unlisted link is that it's shareable. Of course, you could do that if you give files too. So you would use PayHip for people to collect the money, and then you would give them the link to the. I see what you're doing. Okay, so you're not giving them the files when they buy it on PayHip or wherever it is you end up selling it, PayHip or Ko-fi. Yeah. But the only thing about having unlisted links is that it's easy to share. So would private links. I just don't know what I wish there was a better model out there for us indie authors for delivering our audiobooks. There's not really anything really good out there. Drawing Red, the name of the book. Are you going to clear your schedule more to try for the... I can't make that decision until after I get my project going that I'm trying to go for. Yeah. Because even I was talking about it with my husband last night. He's like, "You realize this might take away time from writing?" I was like, "Yeah, that is something I really went through and thought about 6 months ago. So that's not helpful right now." When I was first coming up with this 6 months ago, this is what I was saying. But that's why I think I'm writing so much right now, and I just do some revisions so I can still have stuff that's coming out next year, as far as publications, because I don't know what my writing is going to be like next year. I really don't know yet. But yeah. It was already out before the anthology. Gotcha. Give them a downloadable PDF with a link to the playlist. It's a good faith thing. Yeah, that's about as much as you can do. Because even if you give them the actual download to the files, then they can still share the files with somebody. I wanted to submit something to the anthology, but I figured I wouldn't be able to have anything new in time. Yeah. Yeah, and we're going through all the submissions now. I would have wished that we had a few more submissions because we didn't actually get that many. But especially considering that for 2 years in a row, people were asking for an anthology, an AWC anthology, and we finally did it. And it could have been one less thing on my plate since we really didn't have that many people who submitted. I think we had nine people submit, and that includes me and one other person on the anthology committee. So if the two of us didn't submit something, it would have been 7 pieces. It's not a lot for an anthology. So I'm like, yeah, so we're probably not doing another AWC anthology. It's not worth the work if, I don't know. I think people think it's a good idea until it's there. 9, not a good amount. I mean, it's okay. I would rather have like between 11 and 15 as far as like the thickness of the book with 9. And we had set the limit at 5,000 words. So they're not very long. And like one of them is only 100 words. Another one's only like a couple hundred words. I think it's like 300 words. So it's not a lot that's in there. So trying to make a physical copy of it, it's going to be very thin. And if you price anything under $9.99 on Amazon, right, they take a higher cut. Not that it has to be that I'm looking to make a lot of money. All the money's going to go back into the AWC, but when I'm taking it all into account, I wish it could have been a bit thicker to deliver value for the money that we'll have to charge for the paperback for anyone who wants to buy the paperback. So, have you thought about using BookFunnel's delivery method for audio files? They work with PayHip and is more secure. I did use them until they started charging. So I was part of their beta program. So I pay $100 a year to BookFunnel. I pay $100 a year to Story Origin to be part of the promotions and all that stuff. And Story Origin is still by far better when it comes to what they deliver for the $100 because I can automatically have promos set up that when someone gets my reader magnet, they're added to my newsletter through MailerLite. And BookFunnel, I'd have to pay an extra $50 a year, so $150 for it to be an automatic thing, which I don't. So now I have to just make sure I go in there and download readers and add them to my list. To have delivery of audio files, it's another $50 a year. And I have one audiobook and I don't sell $50 worth of my audiobook at this point. It's only like, what do I have it at? I think I have it at $4.99 now. So, and after, PayHip takes their cut and I pay for fees and everything, it's not a lot of money. I'd have to sell several, I don't know how many copies that would be. It was $5.50, so I had to sell 10 copies, but minus off fees and everything else, probably 12 copies of my book I'd have to sell a year. And I don't. I've sold like 2 so far. So I don't make the money to justify paying $50 to BookFunnel to deliver. I'm not sure of the storylines. Got it. Oops, I clicked on it, didn't do it. If they're like 10K words, it would be a different situation, maybe. Yeah, which I was told by the anthology committee that some people are saying, well, I would submit if you could raise the word count a little. So we raised it to 7,500 and still nobody submitted. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So I was like, I don't, maybe they moved on to something else in their mind. I don't know who it was that was asking for, or if it was more than one person. I don't know, but I had to puppy wrangle, so I said hi and then disappeared. Puppy sitting today. Oh, it's cute. I thought about book funnel, but I don't think I'd have enough sales yet to justify the payment yet. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I just have the one audiobook and it's not very high because it's just a novella. It's not a very long audiobook. It's like 3.5 hours, 2.5 hours. I think it's 2.5 hours. I don't remember. Gotcha. Yeah. It'd be worth it if I was making the money because it is an easier way to deliver. Right now, I'm just using it as files. I should do what Adara's doing. Thank you for sharing your process, Adara, because that's really smart. Um, where I could put it on YouTube, because right now it's just files from Gmail, the Google Drive that people can download. So, alrighty, got to the end of the chat. Woohoo! We'll go ahead and start on the next sprint. If anyone has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. Find the right tab here. And for everyone else, we'll get started on the next hour in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. That's time on the second sprint. How did you do? Wow, there's like, last time it was 22 comments. This time is 3. Not very many. I did some talking back and forth with different people, all through Discord actually. There's a couple of different people I'm talking with, and then boy, my brain is not wanting to focus this morning. And then I remembered, oh yeah, I need to make my doctor's appointment. So I got that. So actually I won't make it all the way to 2 today because my doctor's appointment is at 2 today. And so hopefully I'll get the right medication going and get my lungs healed up. And then I went back to editing the anthology submissions for the AWC anthology. So I had 3 that I had to do, and I'm on the 3rd one. So, and this one I've actually read before because this is Devon's. This was a short story she wrote earlier this year that I was a beta reader for. So I'm curious to see what kind of changes she's made since then. And I really like the story, so it's nice to read it again. All right, let's catch up with you guys. I think we left off here with Gotcha Pay Hit Book Funnel Chat. And then Andy came in, hello. And Nia came in, hello. How's it going? Kat had to hop off so I could meet a friend I haven't seen in ages for lunch. I'll hop back on if you're still going when I get back. Probably won't be since I have to get off a bit earlier to get in to see the doctor. But my head is swimming. Keep swimming, keep swimming. I'm working on the plotting of my story and have 281 words so far. Nice. See, I started plotting. Actually, I did finish the outline for my 6th story in my 8-part short story series, but I'm like, nah, I gotta get this other stuff done. Because when I do finish doing my part for the anthology, then I need to finish up the last 2 items from my Kickstarter. And those are going to take me like the rest of the week. Oh, I do have to put some time though into revising my own short story for a different anthology because that's due by the 30th. So really I need to do that. Yeah, I do want to do the writing more though. Bye, Kat, says Kat. I might need to step away to clear my head and then start in on all call indie tasks. That was a few minutes ago. Writing will have to be this evening. Yeah. I don't know if I'll get any writing done today. I know like whenever I know I have something I have to go to, my brain starts to like lose focus even more. And I start counting down the time basically until the time I have to leave. And then going out in public and being around people, by the time I get home, I am just exhausted. And that's been the norm for like the last few weeks. Of course, I've been sick too, so that probably doesn't help. The never-ending task, right? Never-ending. Yeah, it doesn't seem like, I feel like it's never end. Never going to end. Additionally says, I did some other stuff, but I still got 91 words done. Nice. Same, Shannon. I mean, going out and feeling exhausted afterward and counting down the time. Yeah, it's not fun, but those are the days when like admin tasks are probably like the best to do than trying to concentrate on writing, because I really like to get into my writing, like my full focus, everything in it. And if I know I have to go somewhere, it's too distracting. I'm discovering this entire epic natural disaster story because I can only get so far before I have to plot what the different POVs have to do and react. I get that. I totally get that. I'm the same. I'm a discovery writer. I always know like the beginnings and endings of my stories, but I know like with my final book in my trilogy, I had 5 points of views. And not only did I have 5 points of views, but half of the characters were in the other world, because it's Irish mythologies, and the other world moves at a different time. So it's actually much slower than the mortal realm. And then the characters were moving back, some of the characters were moving back and forth between the two. So I had to know, okay, if she left here at the beginning of spring and went over here, and then that equals, she was there for a week, which equals 2 months over here or 3 months or whatever it was. She comes back. Now it's like the end of spring or whatever, you know? So I had to like try and figure it out. I was like, okay, where would everybody else be at that time? The other pieces on the board. So I had to do like that too. I couldn't really plot anything. I just kind of start writing, and then I'd get to a point of, okay, now where would people be in space and time, and what would their motivations be? What would their reaction be to the last thing that just happened, and how would that motivate them to choose the next step in their path? And yes, I totally get that. Yep. Oops. Yep. Dara says, just finishing this round of edits, so I'll be heading off. Wishing you all creativity. Thank you, Dara. It's nice to see you. I hope you continue to have a wonderful day. And bye, Adara from Kat. And I spent most of my day on this yesterday. Is this a YouTube video you put together, or was this like YouTube video you watched? Oh, it's a short. Was it your short? Are you doing shorts? It is your short. Kickstarter update. Cool. Spent. Well, I didn't even notice the extra A in there until you said spent just now. I'm like, wait, did it not say spent? That's okay. So what do you always say? I meant what you knew. Oh gosh, can't laugh. Alrighty, let's go ahead and get going into the next sprint. Let's see, this will take 10, it's almost 11. This will go to 12. So it looks like we might have like 2 more sprints left before I have to go to the doctor. So, oh, Maggie, I felt that way when I was writing Relic of Time War, tracking who was moving in one direction versus those jumping back and forth from modern time. Yes, it's so complicated. I remember you telling me about this. I think we've had this conversation because it's really different when you have different times. And then with yours jumping between times, yeah. Shorts are way easier than long form videos. It is. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and get the next one going. For anyone who has to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, we'll start the next 1 hour sprint in 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time on that sprint. How did you do? I finished up all of the editing I need to do on my assignment, basically for the AWC anthology. So that's ready to go. And we're supposed to be done by the 24th. So now it's just waiting for the other ones to be done. And then we'll switch off the folders with the documents that we have to review. And then I got something to eat because I was a bit hungry. And yeah, I'm having a hard time focusing this morning. I think because I know that I have this doctor's appointment coming up. I see it's almost 12. Yeah, we'll have one more sprint left before we finish up the day so I can get to my doctor's appointment on time. All right, let's see where I left off. With Devin saying shorts are way easier. Nope, I clicked it. There it goes. Okay, it took a second. I clicked it and it took a minute for it to come up. Shorts are way easier than long form videos. Oh, this is where we left off. She gave us the short video clip for her Kickstarter update. I totally agree. They are way easier to make for sure. A lot less time to do it. I uploaded 4 shorts this past weekend about my story and the inspiration I was getting. Here's the first. Oh, I love this idea. Let me go grab that. Let me go to the YouTube side. There's actually quite a few links here. Okay, let me grab the first one. And then I know shorts are a bit different probably now than they were in the past. Because it looks like you have, these are the other shorts you probably have. Okay, I got your first one. So I should be able to hopefully find the next ones after that, after watching it. They're of a movie I was watching while I worked. The movie was Magma, a great movie, and it has some elements I might be pulling in. I love it when, like art inspires art, basically. Whether it's, an actual art piece and you write a poem for it or a movie that inspires something. And I love it, like getting ideas and putting it together. Like I have this new novel idea, which is just going to sit in the back of my mind probably for the next 2 years because I have other things I'm going to write first, but that's okay because things do marinate for a while in my mind. But it's a cross of Has Been Hotel and what was it called? The Royals. And there's several different The Royals shows on Netflix. So there's one I think that's based in a Middle Eastern or at least Eastern country of some type. I watched that one. I liked it, although the male main protagonist got on my nerves. He was like a spoiled child. He was a prince. He is a prince. He was like a spoiled child for most of it. And then he was like growing. And I was like, oh, finally, you've grown. And then the very last thing that happened, he went back to being a spoiled prince. And I'm like, okay. But okay. But I watched the British edition. It's not called British edition. I call it the British edition because it's the same name, The Royals, but it's taking place in this. It's all fiction. All of it's fiction, but it's just kind of like, almost like soap opera, kind of like in a way, but I like the Royals one. So I got an idea for a book and it's still, I've actually text myself some lines so that I could hear them, the 2 main characters saying to each other. So I won't forget it because I know it's going to be a couple of years before I can write this idea. Part of it, not writing ideas, I don't know what's going to happen in the story or how it's supposed to end. And I don't like writing a story unless I know the beginning and the ending. Like I know it's going to be happily ever after because I write romantasy, but I don't know what that's supposed to look like. And there's like the 8 hells are kind of involved in it. So I'm like, are they going to end up dead, but in the 8 hells? Or are they going to be alive and having escaped the 8 hells? Like she's not there, but he is. That's part of his background. And so, yeah, anyways, I have to figure out some stuff first before I ever write that. So it's just going to live in my brain for the next 2 years. But I love it when that happens. Hello, Heather. How's it going? Coming in to like the stream prior to my coffee chat. Oh, is that, I don't know if you have a link. That was like an hour ago, so I probably missed you. You're probably gone already. Hi, Devin. Tell me about it. Shorts are so much easier. Ashley, it's been a minute since I've seen you. I hope all is well. How's the writing? Oh, lovely. It's been a long time. Glad to be back. Hope you're all doing great. Yeah, doing awesome stuff. I'm still recovering from like burnout and stuff and from the conference, but then I got sick. And so now my lungs are hurting and they're not getting better. So I got doctor's appointment for that today. But yeah. Emotionally and mentally, I feel good. Physically, need a little tune-up. JC, hello. Hope you had a great weekend and your week is starting off good. Yes, it's good. You wouldn't believe it, JC. I got like another story idea this weekend. I spent all day Saturday brainstorming it and then realized after I finished brainstorming it, even came up with a title and a tagline and a synopsis and an outline and even start writing part of it. And I was like, this really doesn't fit in any of my work. Okay, shelving this. And now I'm trying to think of how can I make it fit in my body of work. If I can do that, I'll go back to it, but it's just put aside for now. How are you doing? I hope all is well. Hello, everyone. Kat says, hey, JC, if you're an indie author and feel like you need some tips, here is this playlist. Is this my playlist? Or is this something else? Another Shanon? Oh, that is me. Okay, yes. So publishing tips and tricks. Thank you for sharing. I mean, I know there's probably not a lot of Shanons on here. I have met another Shanon, but I can't remember where I've seen her now. If not in order, so you have to go from the bottom of the list to the top. Maybe Shanon will be able to sort her playlist oldest first. I mean, the way the algorithm works on YouTube, it's better if you have most recent stuff first. That's why I do it that way. But maybe once the podcast is done, because we just have one more season left, then I'll reorder it and put it in, most recent to the last. But it's mostly just done for the algorithm at this point. But that's a really good idea. I should keep that in mind for when the podcast is done. Thank you for sharing it. Hey, Kat from JC. I love when clients say, I'm not picky, whatever you think, and then ask them for a bagillion changes. Oh, no. What is this for? It's been a minute since I've caught up with you. It's not cover design, right? No, you weren't doing cover design. LOL. I'm going over a bunch of orders before delivering on Fiverr. Oh, that's right. You do the social media stuff. Oh, I forgot that's what you do. Yeah. When you said Fiverr, it reminded me because I've looked at your stuff on Fiverr. Mom Maggie says, worked on housework and I have errands to run. Then I'll be working on all the words October things. Yay. If you've got are we using the same write-up? I've been using the same write-up that we had for August. I've been putting it into my October streams. And I'm just marking every day I'm streaming as all the words October. So, well, all the words anyways. I put Kat made some graphics that match my color scheme. So I put those on there. And that says all the words October. I was doom scrolling. Darn doom scrolling. I hate going to the doctor. Wishing you best. Thank you. Yeah, I need this one. I got I think it's bronchitis selling in. I have asthma, so if I get sick, especially if my lungs are involved, then sometimes it can stick around for a while, and then I have to go get steroids and antibiotics to clear up the stuff in my lungs. So should be better soon. I'm okay if I'm sitting down, but when I move around, then I can't. It's like I get into a coughing fit, and it hurts. My lungs just itch. It feels like they're tearing up from the inside. But book covers are really gorgeous. Sorry, that's okay. Do you know I went through a book cover gauntlet that was part of something I paid for. So the next book cover is about to come up, which is the Curse of Scales and Feathers. That's the one I submitted to go through the gauntlet, and she tore the cover apart. And she was like, it's just black and blue and white, and there's not much to it. And it's really bland to look at this. And you should really look in your genre. And maybe, you have to get a cover designer. And I was like, I did have a cover designer. I didn't make this one. I didn't even say anything about making any of my covers because I have made a couple of my covers, but my main series I didn't make. So for the Curse of Wings and Gems, I did do the dragon head. But yeah, I don't know. She didn't like my book cover. And I was like, oh, I really like my book cover. And she was like showing me examples, and they were all urban fantasy romance covers. And I was like, well, I don't write urban fantasy romance. That is a different genre. I write epic fantasy romance. Like it's set in an epic setting. And it is a couple years old, which after a couple years, book covers do start getting old compared to like what's hitting the market at that moment. So some people change their book covers like every 2 to 5 years, right? And I'm like, but I haven't even finished the series yet, so I don't know. But she's like, well, maybe these book covers are just for your Kickstarter. You can do a different one that you put on Amazon because you might sell better. And I'm like, okay. Anyways, that was her feedback. Yeah. What are you working on, Ashley Emma from Adeshale? Celeste, hello, midlife romantasy author. I don't know if you're new to me. I feel like you are. Oh, formerly homeschool knockouts. You're not new to me. Okay. I was like, I don't recognize that name. It's different. Well, welcome back. I'm still revising a few chapters that read more fantasy than romantasy, transitioning from nonfiction to fiction. Oh, that's what Dale's about to do. He's transitioning from nonfiction to fiction. I think that is like a hard. It's really hard, that transition from fantasy to romantasy, because I wrote fantasy for all my life. I mean, my first stories were fantasy that I wrote. My first book I wrote when I was 9 was all fantasy. And so I did find that there was quite a bit of fantasy, like in A Curse of Scales and Feathers. And but I was like, you know what? You have certain beats you have to hit with fantasy, and you have certain beats you have to hit with romance. And so putting them together, it's great when those beats can align, but they don't always. Yeah. And then, to be honest, romantasy, it really is a wide spectrum of what would be expected, I think. It's by readers, by writers, because you have romantasy on the one end that is mostly just the romance story with just a sprinkling of the fantasy that's in there. It's where it's taking place, and maybe magic is involved, but everything is focused on the romance and what's happening with the romance pairing or group or whatever it is that you have. And then there's some that is like a whole bunch of fantasy with just a sprinkling of the romance in there. Like one of my favorite books by Carissa Broadbent, the one that went really big last year, Serpent Wings and Night. That's mostly all fantasy with just a sprinkling of romance in it, but it's romantasy. And I think of mine as being like kind of 50-50. So the romance couldn't exist without the fantasy, but then the fantasy plot wouldn't exist without the romance. Where it could be slightly different along the spectrum. I think it's just a big spectrum, honestly. Yeah. I have several edited books ready to turn into clients. So now I'm doing a final check on those right now. So you're also editing. But afterward, I'll be working on edits for my new book, Amish Scarlet Letter. Oh, I feel like this was something you were working on before, wasn't it? Because it feels familiar, but I don't know. I don't think I remembered you saying that you were editing books. I do remember you did like Facebook ads and stuff like that with Fiverr. But maybe I just don't remember that part. I don't have the best memory. So I probably just remember that part. I got to order a cover for that one. That reminds me. Where do you go through to get your covers? Like, do you have one person you go to or a company? Hey, I want to get those words in, by the way, from a Dutch Lady Cat. Sorry, I'm just like having glitches in my speech here. I saw your short with your spreadsheet outlining your monthly outcomes. Way to go. So wants to get that many words out. Oh, wow. Thanks, Adeshale. You're an editor, Ashley Emma. Awesome. In addition, Amish Scarlet Letter. She writes Amish romance. So she has a whole line of Amish romance books. And if I remember right, you just finish up. Well, I say you just finished it up. Like, was it last year or year before? You were doing the fairy tale retellings, the Amish romance. Where can we find your books? Yes, please feel free to drop your link if you're still here, Ashley Emma. Actually a lot slower than most people. What, in writing? Or I'm assuming it's writing. Heading out to the oil to get the oil changed in the truck. All right, bye, Mom Maggie, doing hubby's errands, 11:50. So that wasn't too long ago. Be blessed and have a lovely day. See y'all around the streams. Bye-bye. Hi, Celeste from Adeshale. I'm doing awesome, thank you. I have been so busy with Fiverr orders the past year. I haven't released one book since last October. I mean, you were pumping them out pretty fast before, so you do have a nice little backlist. I don't know how that's working for you. Oh, I should ask you, are you balancing that with like your marketing? Like have you been able to keep up with your marketing while you're doing your Fiverr orders? Just curious. Like, I don't know if you saw, like, if you're still marketing, you're probably still making pretty good sales. And then I know you started you did Shopify. Didn't you start a Shopify store? It's been a minute since we've caught up. And how's that going if you still have that? I decided against not doing Shopify. I don't make enough to justify it right now. Maybe I'll get there once I have a nice backlist, but I don't have that yet. It's getting there. But yeah, it's one, as far as like the Fiverr and, doing the side business, it's great for making the income for sure. I did work as a writing coach and most of my jobs were editing. And I did that while I was teaching college English and literature. And it is something I thought about off and on while I've been concentrating on writing, only writing. And I remember how much the editing would take over, how many, because you don't know when someone's going to engage your services, right? So when it happens, it happens. You got to be on top of it, and if you start turning down work, then you might lose your business. So people saw, and you'll have people come back to you over and over again. I had one lady from China. She was what we consider like a counselor, a college counselor for students who are trying to get into American colleges. And she would send me, it was always in December, a bunch of essays for me to edit for students who are trying to get into American colleges. So they're the essays for the entrance essays, right? It's part of the application essays. And so if I had said, no, I can't take on more of these, then she would probably have found somebody else. So it's a really fine line of trying to figure out how to get your own writing in there. And I did not write for a few years because I was too busy helping other people be better writers that I didn't write on my own. I did not work on my own writing. And that's when I decided, I was like, nope, I want to be a writer. And I'm in a position where I can do that, even if I'm not making a lot of money, and not have to, feel like I need to offer my services to make more money. If I absolutely need the money, I know I could do it, but I'm glad that I'm not in that position to do it. But there's also some enjoyment in helping. And I did really enjoy helping other people become better writers, especially when I got to work with clients one-on-one, which was not always the case, right? When the one counselor, I never met any of the students, although she would tell me which students made it into the colleges. So I was always very happy about that. There's a little bit of joy to take from that, because I'd asked her, I was like, can you tell me who made it in? But, working with clients one-on-one and then seeing that moment where it like clicks for them and that they understand that like, wow, I can be this writer. I can do this and make something that is truly, that can communicate their idea or whatever, So I don't know. I found joy in that. So, yeah. Heather's coffee chat. Thank you for dropping the link. Let me go. Is it over? Okay, I got it. Oh, wow, Shannon. I don't think you should shelve it. Just branch out. I did think about it's contemporary romance. So I was like, I don't know. I just don't know. And I even came up with like a pen name because I was like, I don't want to be confused with my name that is for my fantasy romance. And I was like, well, I could just make this supernatural in some way and then it could fit in my world or fit in romantasy. So I don't know. Longest I've ever gone by far without a new release. I used to publish a book I know you were pretty prolific there for a while. Can't complain though. My business has tripled this year. Nice. I'm so glad. Aren't you getting like 50K words in a month or more? Yes, but I'm still pretty slow in my writing. I mean, 50K words is nothing to sneeze at, but yeah, I mean, you have to feel good with what you've got, what you're able to get done, right? I felt that way for a while. That's why I started tracking everything and figuring out how can I write faster. And that's when I went to dictation because I am a slow typer. When I went through and I was really looking at everything last week from 2023 all the way through 2025 through this year, everything I've been tracking. And I saw that my average words per minute in 2023 was 3 words a minute. So I was like, wow, I was really slow. And no wonder I didn't hit my goal that year. And then by incorporating dictation, I got much faster, but dictation doesn't work for everyone. So you have to find what works for you. Adesha, you can look me up on Amazon, Ashley Emma. I have lots of Amish books on there, and my best book is ranking at number 5,000 last I checked. Yay. And I got an all-star bonus from KDP for the first time ever. I mean, that's amazing, Ashley Emma. Amazing. Wait, I've got it. Hold on. I got this here. I keep forgetting about it, but okay. Yes. We all will aspire to reach Ashley Emma's levels, although I'm pretty sure I cannot write Amish romance. But maybe one day my romantasy will be there. Hey, lovely to Adesha from Celeste. That's awesome, Ashley. So I was referring to cover designs and formatting. Yes. Okay. See, I didn't know you branched out to all that. That's new for me. Or maybe I did and I forgot. It could be that I just forgot. I just remember that you were doing the Facebook ads because that's what you and I were talking about at one point. a little while ago. Gosh, like 2 years ago now. Over 2 years ago, maybe. I do editing and publishing, no social media. So you're not doing that anymore. Because I thought I was talking with you about Facebook ads. Was I not? I don't remember. I've always wondered what goes into writing an Amish romance book. I live in a community where the Amish live close by. Um, yeah, I mean, there's a few interviews out there with Ashley Emma because I at one point Ashley Emma was going to come onto the podcast. It was she said she didn't remember this when I brought it up to her like a year ago. But it was like a year before that, and then she was having a baby at the time, I believe. Yeah, I think that's why you said you had to pull out of the interview because something was happening or other. And yeah, we never got back there. But anyways, I went and looked at it because I always do a deep dive on my authors before they come on the podcast. And I came across a few interviews of her talking about how she got into the community and how they accepted her with your mom or your sister. It was some family member you went there with to learn about the community. Oh, nice. Mine is set in Unity, Maine. I've been writing them for 14 years now. I really need to get my tooth fixed, but oh, well, dentist is like a whole nother thing. Yes, I hate going to the dentist too. I know I got to go though. No, I love that one. A Curse of Skin. Yeah, that's my favorite one too. I've had a lot of people say they like A Curse of Wings and Gems better, which the lady, she didn't like my Curse of Scales and Feathers. And she was talking about how like the covers have like more purples and like oranges and reds. And of course, she was showing me all urban fantasy romance covers. And I was like, you do realize I write fantasy romance. It's epic fantasy romance. I don't write in an urban setting. I was like, but you might like my second book cover better. And then we had time near the end. So she went and looked at it. And she said, oh, yes, this is exactly what I was looking for. This one is so much better. And I was like, I'd like my first one better. So, oh, well, to each their own. I love fantasy. I really should read your series if you want to. Got some Am and Done while watching the little one. Nice multitasking there. I remember all the feedback is not good feedback. I'll read what the lady said about your covers. I know. I tried to think about that. And I think she like knew that I didn't really appreciate her feedback, but I wasn't like trying to be upset about it. You know, at one point I did say, can you stop there? Because she was like going through some pages on Amazon. And I said, okay, you are now in the epic fantasy section. And it was the top 10. And I said, there are 2 covers there that have the same color scheme as mine, the blue, black, and blue, or the blue, black, and white color scheme. What makes mine different from theirs? And she's like, well, I don't want you to keep being upset at me. And I'm like, I'm not upset. I'm just trying to understand what about it is not drawing you in. Like, why, how is this different? Because these are in the epic fantasy and mine's epic fantasy. And I think it feels like it fits to me. And then she went on to talk. That's when she mentioned that, you know, with a good cover designer, if I hire one, and I was like, you know, I wait till she was done. I was like, I did hire a cover designer. I didn't make this cover. So she's like, oh, you did? I'm like, what is going on here? But I was like, she just didn't like my cover. Yeah. It is what it is. I also second what you said. About a year ago, I was working on Amish Romeo and Juliet. You might be thinking of that. No. Didn't you have like a Cinderella one? That's what I'm remembering. I have 4 cover designers and 3 formatters on my team. Yeah, you got a whole team. Hey, Dashley, how are you? Ditto, JC. Your covers are beautiful. Thank you. Yay from Maine. Actually, I'm in Indiana, but I grew up in Pennsylvania. And there's a big Amish community in Pennsylvania. That's there. Well, oh, yes, it's been a whole year since my last one, but I'm hoping to get out more the rest of this year and next year. There are a ton of Amish in Indiana. And oh, yes, I had to not write much at all this year to keep up with my Fiverr business, which is okay because it's grown a ton and I'm okay with it. I added more people to my team. As for Shopify, I did the ammo course. I do not recommend it, which I spent an entire year on, a ton of work, and put me into debt. And I lost that entire year to sales pages and Facebook ad debt. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Actually, that's like terrible. I have 35 books. It should have worked, but it didn't. I found my readers only trust buying from Amazon. You know, I feel like that might be true with like very specific genres too. How did what's her name? We were just talking about her. Katie Cross. Like she's found success on Shopify. I mean, she doesn't just write contemporary romance though, right? She has quite a bit of urban fantasy romance and just fantasy romance. The epic it looked like epic fantasy, but not quite epic. Like just not urban. But they didn't trust buying on a website, so now this past year I've hired someone on Fiverr to do my Amazon ads for my own books. His name is Shu. Highly recommend. Even though I haven't published a new book this year, he's kept my royalty income very consistent and growing, slow but steady. Sorry for no. I love hearing what's working for other people, so I'm okay with that. If anyone wants his link, I can try. But not sure it would let me send here. You can search for on Fiverr. Yeah, you can put it here. You've got the wrench, so you can drop a link if you want to. And that's so cool. Oh, thank you. It was $104, so nothing major, but I'm thankful. Yeah, every bit helps. I've always done that, but I don't do Facebook ads anymore. Facebook is too wonky, LOL. I've heard that. I've not gotten to Facebook ads because of that, but I'm going to have to figure something out one of these days. I average 10 words a minute typing. Sometimes I can up that to 13 to 15 words per minute if I'm in a flow. Yeah, I do. I've seen that in some of my my sprints and stuff. I've seen that from the past, not recently because I use the dictation now. But I could get really high. I could get close to like 30 words a minute if I was like a really good flow and my fingers were working right. And I don't look at the keyboard. If I look at the keyboard, it messes me all up. Didn't find him. Oh, wow. Maybe I forgot about that. He's 16 months now. Oh, baby. Yes, my mom. Okay, so it was your mom. I thought it was your mom, but then I was like, maybe it was a sister or something. It's beautiful, Ashley. My mother's family is from Pennsylvania, and I would spend the summers there. I love going to the Amish markets. Also, if anyone's interested, having a book sale for the Pastry Chef's Two Lovers novella, Culinary Confessions Until Midnight. Can also support by Ko-fi by going here to raise funds for the next self-published book. And oh no, that sucks. Yeah, I agree with JC. Yes, Amish Cinderella 2 years ago. See, that's what I feel like. It's been a while since we've really talked. No, but you've done your Shopify since then. So, but I know that's the one that sticks in my head. I think actually I have that one. I have that as an ebook. Also nice to meet you, Celeste. What you've been working on? Doing well. JC, how's it going? Oh, no, so sorry, Ashley. My readers are 65 plus. Yes, that makes sense. And I can definitely understand being wary of scammers. I think about that now. I'm like, okay, because I'm 45. I'm not too far off from that. I'm closer to 65 now than I was to 20, right? Being a brand new adult person. But yeah, I've thought about how wary, because I'm already wary of stuff. And I can only see how much more wary I'm going to get. I'm like, how's that going to work? And what technology could possibly be around then that I'm going to be like, I'm not touching that because I don't know how it works. And I don't want anyone to scam me. I've thought about that so many times. So, good to see you, Adesha. Glad to hear you're doing well. Basically, Shopify only works if you have a crazy good at Facebook ads and have a huge ad budget. That makes sense. I'm sorry that you went through all that. I mean, it's a lesson learned, but it's an ouch, right? I'm doing okay, Adesha. Glad you're doing well. Also, what didn't work for me with Shopify is I had to pull a series from KU to put it on Shopify, which really tanked my sales for that series, and I never recovered. Oh gosh, that hurts. Well, maybe you'll be in a position where you'll be able to knock out a new series that will make up for that. I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. I know you got it. You just got to figure out your Fiverr business and how you want that to work. Thanks, Joanne and JC. Hey, JK, my name on here was Homeschool Knockouts. I'm now writing fiction, working on a romantasy trilogy. I like romantasy. I like fantasy, and I like the romantasy. Thank you all for sharing the info. I get most of my sales through a mixture of YouTube, Blue Sky, and Twitch. Some Twitch streamers allow me to promote my book on their channel. I am not good at doing social media, like promoting my stuff on social media. Not good. Yeah. Celeste. Thanks for clarifying. How's writing going? Joanna, I've been hearing about Blue Sky lately. Is it working for you? I've heard a lot about Blue Sky lately too. I think I grabbed my name on there, like my author name, but I've not been on there. I think for the series, I'm going to do a free promo on book 1, do 99 cents ebook, and tons of ads to book 1. That seems to work well. Okay. Yeah, I was just talking about like this type of promos this morning with my my gym trainer. Or when I did my fantasy series, every time I released a book, I released it at 99 cents. And when it was later in the series, the first book was always free. And of course, I did a bunch of promo stacking and all of that. And my book got out there, but I was always a negative ROI by the time I was done with the promo, the 2 weeks of promo usually. And I mean, that happens, right? Because you hope that what you're selling is that, especially when you got the series done, that they'll make it through to the end of the series, or some people will, and you'll make up some of the money on the back end. But that series is still losing me money, or was. I don't really spend money on promotion on it anymore. And I still sell books. So, but I'm going to be like 85 before I recoup the money I've spent on the series between like the editor and everything else. So, that's why I went with Kickstarter for my Romantasy, because I was like, I want to start off where I'm not in the negative. And when I launched A Curse of Scales and Feathers, I launched it at full price, and I launched on retailers, but I had already had the Kickstarter, and the money I made from it paid for all my expenses. It even gave me some extra money left over to pay for my next book cover. So, I was not in the negative starting off. And then, of course, I couldn't buy any of the promos because, right, when you have a free book or a book that's 99 cents, there's a bunch of promos you can buy and do the promo stacking. Well, since I was launching at full price, I didn't have any of these promos that I could buy. So I did the Goodreads giveaway, and I did one other thing. What did I do? I can't remember what the other thing was, but I know I spent money on it, but it wasn't as much as the Goodreads giveaway. And I actually made $500 in my first couple of days of it going live. And so it made back the money that I spent on the 2 promos, and with money left over. And I was already not in the negative. So it was my first positive ROI book launch. So I don't know. I'm hoping it's going to be the same with the next book. I'll be launching it at the end of January next year. My Kickstarter should be fully fulfilled by that point. I only have 2 more things left to fulfill, and that's just the top 2 people in the top tier of my Kickstarter. There's 2 more things that I have to do to them, and then I'll be launching the book. But I like that so much better. I like having a positive ROI on my book launch. So, wow, that's awesome, Joanne. Is it your Twitch stream or someone else's? I know nothing about Twitch. Yeah. Twitch does not like me. Every time I try to log in, it tells me it doesn't remember me, and I have to give it all this stuff and jump through hoops and go check my email, and then that doesn't work, and I have to do it again. And I don't know why. We just don't communicate very well. So I give up on Twitch. It does, at least for my book. Sometimes it's a hit or miss, but promoting on my Ko-fi does not work on there. It's actually someone else's Twitch to Emma. A lot of Twitch streamers get really excited when they hear I'm an author. Oh, that's really cool. Which makes me excited, but I also want to hide it, being perceived at the same time. Not sure if that makes, oh yeah, it makes a ton of sense. I mean, that's introvert in us. I'm doing a Kickstarter on October 2nd for my movie. Never done one before for your movie. Would anyone on here be willing to share the link, and I would share your book with my list, but they only read clean romance? What, I don't understand what you're asking. Would anyone here be willing to share the link? Which link? Your Kickstarter link? You can drop your Kickstarter link. You have a wrench, so you should be able to drop a link just fine. I don't know if that's what you're asking, though. I will have the link in a week or 2 still sitting. Oh, okay. Would anyone be here willing to? Okay, so you're not saying share the link right now in the chat. You're saying like share it like elsewhere. I don't know if you still have my email address. I think it's on my YouTube. If you want to send it to me, I'll share it with my newsletter list for sure. What do you mean your movie? Did you like direct or write a movie? Or it's like in the back of my mind, I feel like something's like tickling there. Like I know something about this. Like you told me about it before. Was it one of your books was being turned into a movie or something? I don't remember. I don't. Or maybe this is something totally different. I'll have the link in a week or 2, still setting it up. So it's going October 2nd. That's not too far away. That's really close. I'd appreciate that. I only write sweet romance anyway. Oh, as far as like sharing one of my books, I would say no. My first book, A Curse of Scales and Feathers, is clean because I wasn't sure if I was going to write, like spicy romance. But I've decided since then that I am writing spicy romance, and I don't think it would be worth it to share my book because it'd be the only book they could read. They couldn't move into any of my other books. My fantasy is all clean, but there's very, very little romance in my fantasy series. So the first book is like almost no romance. There's very, 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 very little. And then there's LGBTQ representation romance in the second book. I mean, it's talked about in the first book because there's a couple, but so I don't know if that would be your audience either. But yeah, I don't think it would be worth it to share any of my stuff, to be honest, because it would be setting them up for failure. Um, I appreciate that. I only write sweet romance anyway, says Joanne. I never would have thought to consider Twitch as a mean for advertising. Good to know. I can promote your Kickstarter on Instagram in my next newsletter. And that's amazing, Ashley Emma. The link to my Kickstarter, but I don't have the link yet. Haven't made it yet. Gotcha. Do you know how to, I don't know, are you working with anybody on your Kickstarter, like setting it all up? Do you know how to make it the way you want it? So it's not like a gobbledygook of just letters and numbers. There's a very specific way you have to like go through and do this button, then this button, and then do this button and that button. And if you do it in the wrong order, you'll never be able to change it. I don't know if you know that. And Emma, that's amazing, right? I got a movie deal. Awesome. Actually, Emma's doing all the things. LOL, I love it. Yes. It's co-production, so I have to raise part of the funds. And yes, it's Amish Accident to be filmed in Germany. It's amazing, Ashley. So I'm going to get to be watching one of your movies on Lifetime because I watched quite a few Amish movies on there. I don't have your email. Okay. I mean, I think it's part of my my YouTube. I'll put it in here. What is it? Gmail. Okay. To watch Amish movies to watch. Yeah. My audience only reads like Western, sweet romance, clean romance, cozy mysteries, Amish romance, Karen Kingsbury. Yeah, I don't have any of those. I have no clue what I'm doing. My producer will be helping me. Okay, with the Kickstarter. Yeah. Well, if they've done a Kickstarter before, then they probably know how to do that, the name, so that you don't miss out on naming your Kickstarter how you want to name it. Okay, I need to take Tobin out to play. See you guys later. Bye, Joanne. I hope Lifetime streams it. Thanks. And see you later. Alrighty. We got one more sprint. This will take us to 1:30. I'll have to get off here quickly because then I have my doctor's appointment at 2. So let's go ahead and get this thing going. Anybody who wants to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, last 1 hour sprint. In 3, 2, 1, and good luck. And that is time on the last sprint there. How did you do? I'm going to go through these quickly because I do have to leave out for my doctor's appointment here soon. Okay, I left off here where Joanne asks Ashley, Emma, wait, are you on IG? No, only Facebook, sometimes, LOL. I don't like Facebook, but yeah. My email list is my main way to sell books. Other than ads, I don't do anything social media wise. Okay, so what do you think of this crazy idea I have? I'm thinking of starting a newsletter, but for the actual letters, goodies, and an envelope mailed to subscribers who pay a monthly fee, and they also get a paper book or ebook from another author. Yeah, it's like a subscription plan. So like people on Ream do things like that. And I'm just finishing up my Faded Adventures. This was the last month. Actually, I sent out my 6th packet. It was part of my Kickstarter. And basically they got the story through mail with some of it online and interactive portions. And it was a really cool idea. I found that they don't really do the interactive part online as much. So I'm going to scale that part back as I'm making this product available for the public. But I think that if they had like direct URLs, because I have made videos and stuff, because there's like visions, fantasy, right? Magic and all that. So there's like visions that some of the characters get from different things. There's a vault they go to. If they have the right number to put in there, they can get a vision. And so, yeah, but they're like not accessing that stuff. But if I put a direct URL to the videos and the other parts of the story, I think they probably do that more, possibly. So I'm going to be making that for the product I'm selling. But yeah, it's kind of like what I've been doing as far as like sending out, mailing stuff out anyways. But it sounds like, mail actual letters and goodies. I think that's a really cool idea. It sounds like a subscription plan, like over at Ream or Patreon or Ko-fi, things like that. Every month, not sure which. I'd have to have the author mail out author copies direct from KDP or gift ebooks to my list of members, and I'd pay the author back, author Amish fiction authors. I mean, maybe you guys could come together because I was part of Ream for a while. I mean, I'm still on there, but I don't really take part in it as much. But like some of the authors on Ream were getting together where they did like a box every month, and it was based on one author at a time, and they would sell it to each other's newsletter lists. And there was all kinds of different ways that they did it. Yeah. And for the newsletter, I'd share research, behind the scenes stuff, and story installments exclusive to them with bookmarks, calendars, printed photos in the envelope, and I can make this work. It would really help me make true fans who might buy more books. Yep, that's exactly, the idea hopefully behind like subscriptions is to kind of reach your readers directly, right? I should take only a few hours to put together a month and upload to the printing and shipping. I know we all write different genres, but it would work for any fiction author, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you've got a chance to like check out, Ream is a platform for subscriptions for authors by authors. So you're not going to find other subscriptions on there. It's only authors. And if you take a look around there, you'll find all kinds of ideas of how to possibly approach doing these different things. It's not part of what happened with Ream is that there was a shakeup at the top, the people who are running the company, and someone left out from the company and took a lot of the authors left after they left. And I know a couple of the authors like that I've talked with in person, well, like through video chat. They've taken it to their own website instead of going anywhere else like Patreon or anything else like that. So it's definitely doable. So I'm going to scroll back here because I think I missed a comment somewhere. I thought I did. Looking. Nope. And Sophie, hello, friends. Just here to hit the like button. Wish you all happy spring, good productivity. Thank you so much for stopping in. So good to see you. Have you been? I know she's been away for a while. She did her first sprint yesterday, like in a really long time. So I think she's going to do another one October 31st, which I won't be able to make that one because it's Halloween. But I think that's the next one that she's doing. I'm busy with school and life, haha, but I'm so happy to be back. How are you? What'd I miss? Oh, so much, Anne. Anne, hey, I've missed you. JC, I've missed you too. How are you? What's new? Hi, Anne from Nia. I'm okay, just surviving. Hi, Nia. So happy to see you. How are you? I'm glad you're surviving, JC, and I know it will get better. Yes. I completely moved all of my clothes out of my old room today. Woohoo for productivity. I did switch my laundry around. I didn't even say what I did. It was really hard for me to concentrate on anything. So I was just researching different things because I was like, forget me trying to work because I know I have less than an hour before I'm leaving. My kitchen is clean and I started my all-call indie tasks. I'm good, busy with family and stuff, excited for fall. That sounds really cool, Ashley Emma. Just now, not just today, LOL. That's okay. I think I knew what you meant. Yeah. Fall truly is the best season. Hope all is well with your family. October 24th. Oh, you're doing both. I think you were only doing one or the other. And I'm so glad you're all still here and just as lovely. Yes, I could definitely make October 24th. I want to try and make that one. It just depends if I get picked up because I know I just like this sounds all mysterious. If I get picked up, no, it's not that mysterious, really. What's it called? The Storytellers Hearth Write-a-thon is that weekend. So I applied to be a host / co-host. I don't know if I'll be accepted as a host. But if I do, it depends on my time and when your time is going to be. But I do plan on stopping in at 31st. A little bit harder because it is Halloween. And we're planning on some big things with our neighborhood. So probably won't be able to be there for the 31st. But yeah, so cool that you're doing both. And 482 words for a déchelé. Awesome sauce. I just felt like a kid saying that because I used to say that all the time with my kiddo. But yeah, all right, got to the end of the comments. I'm going to have to let you guys go. I will be back the rest of the week with the strictly timed sprints, 1 hour long sprints with 5-minute breaks, 3 total sprints. And that'll be Tuesday through Thursday this week. Keep forgetting about the story. I'm clicking on this thing and it's not going. Keep forgetting about this. Yes, it is going. It is open. Applications are open right now if you guys want to apply, or if you've hosted more than 3 storytellers or marathon, sprintathons, whatever in the past. You don't have to apply. You can just put yourself down what your availability is on the sheet. So that sounds like fun. Don't worry, I hope I'll be regular streams from now on. Woohoo. Have a lovely day, everyone. Bye. Thanks, and I'll leave it there. Bye, y'all.